let's get to this Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz interview. So if you haven't seen it, it is well worth the 2 hour watch. Well worth it. It is excellent freaking entertainment. It's damn near must see TV. Okay. For those that don't know, Ted Cruz is a state senator in Texas. So you can blame Marty and Robin and all the other Texans in this joint for this one. Okay, I think C. Patrice is in Texas.
I ain't vote for that
Um,
nigga.
yeah, all the Texas homies, y'all can hold this L. Okay, so Ted Cruz is a state senator, is a U.S. senator out of Texas. He is Cuban. Okay, his father came from Cuba, and so he ran for president a couple of times against Donald Trump one of the times. Okay, um, Ted Cruz is he's a Republican. He is an Israel supporter. Okay, and so when it comes to what's going on between Israel, Iran, and America, Ted Cruz is staunchly pro-Israel, right? And he definitely wants America to join the fight against Israel. Okay, and so Tucker Carlson, um, Tucker has been on a tear, right? So ever since Tucker, like his last couple years at Fox News, y'all know Tucker has been the man, right? He's been the fucking man, right? I can't think of too many things I disagree with Tucker on. Maybe not everything, but Tucker has been on fire. Okay. His interviews have been on fire, his talking points have been on fire. Remember, he got kicked off of Fox, and so now he does his show on Twitter, and he's got like the Tucker Carlson Network, where you can pay for subscriptions and all of that shit. He's on fire, and he's quick. So he's quick with it. Like he ain't no slouch. He's a good interviewer, um, and he talks a lot of common sense shit, right? So he's like who I would be as a white man. Like if I was a middle aged white man, you'd be calling me Tucker, right? So this is Tucker Carlson interviewing Ted Cruz. So remember, Tucker is a Trump supporter, right? He's virulently pro Trump. He campaigned for him, right? Um, like he supports him. He doesn't like the what's going on with Iran and Israel, right? He thinks that America should stay out of the war. We shouldn't be involved in it. That's his position. So him and Trump. So Trump said. So a reporter said something to Trump about what Tucker said. I think he put out a newsletter about how America needs to stay out of it. Trump responded to it, saying that Tucker needs to, uh, if nobody wants to listen to Kooky Tucker, he needs to go get a TV show. And in an interview, Tucker said he actually talked to Trump after he said that. So that's why I think I mentioned this on Wednesday. Like, there are people who know, right? Like Trump knows that what the people are saying. Like the MAGA crowd. Trump. I mean, Tucker is probably one of your MAGA people, right? And so the MAGA crowd is letting Trump know that they not with this shit. How he responds is up to him, but it's not. He's not in the fucking bubble. Okay, so as long as that's the case, I'm more confident, right? Not saying that I just know this motherfucker gonna do the right thing, because I don't. But as long as he ain't in the bubble and people are telling him real shit, I'm okay. So, um, the Tucker Carlson uh, Ted Cruz interview, I'm gonna play some highlights from it. So I'm not gonna play the whole interview. I'm gonna play some highlights from it, because I played the whole interview, like we'd be here all night because it was some shit. But there are some things that I found interesting in in the interview. Okay, and so we're going to start with this. This is Cruz talking about he's talking about what happened in Syria, right? So y'all know in Syria, like literally a couple of weeks before Trump took office, something happened in Syria where Assad got ran out, and so the Israel has been wanting Assad gone for a long time because they want land in Syria, and so all of a sudden there was a coup in Syria, and y'all know who likes to make coups. There was a coup in Syria, and Assad had to flee to Russia. Okay, and so this is Tucker asking Cruz about Syria and what happened there and all of that shit.
Let me ask what you think of how Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular leader in a religious and ethnically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you said is you said he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out. What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a long...
How did Assad get kicked out? Yeah.
When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple of months ago, he and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, and they took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad. And that ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now, I don't know.
So you don't think that, and I don't, it is very confusing, and I don't know that anyone really knows all the details, but you don't think that Israel or Turkey or NATO ally Turkey played any role in toppling Assad?
I don't know. I don't know that they did. Look, my understanding of that, they clearly took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah. They've decimated Hezbollah, but Hezbollah was waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America, too. I mean, Hezbollah hated us. I would put Assad in the category of an unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad, I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned.
Okay. So, first thing I want you to notice is that he said him and Benjamin Netanyahu are friends.
Good friends.
Good friends. Right? As a matter of fact, he calls him Bibi several times. He refers to him as Bibi. Okay? And so if you've been around here or paying attention to kind of like politics around the world, then you know Benjamin Netanyahu is one lying piece of shit. Okay?
That ain't even his real fucking name.
It is not his real fucking name. All right?
Nigga, how the fuck can a nigga of that stature go around using a fucking alias? What the fuck?
They change their name all the time. Right? So, there is every prime minister of Israel has changed their name. None of them use their real names. They changed them because they come from Europe, and a lot of them have European names, Polish names, German names, French names. And so to give themselves more credibility in the region, to make it look like, oh no, we belong here, they try to take a name from that region. It's kind of like the popes, right? So these
Do
dudes,
motherfuckers know that shit? Like motherfuckers in the
no,
country
no,
can't know that shit because nigga, this that discredits the fuck out of a nigga. You changed your name.
yes, but all of them do it. So the thing is, it that's not um that's not like just restricted to just them. Think about Hollywood. Think about how many people in Hollywood are Jews but change their name, so you don't know they're Jewish. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a thing.
Nigga, we all see that nose.
Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you don't.
I was fucking around, Linnell.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, sometimes you don't see it, bro. And so yeah, the so in him and BB are good friends, right? And he says he's like, well, BB told me that they didn't do it. BB said that they think that when they took out the Hezbollah generals, then that it just kind of went to shit. And BB says that they didn't have anything to do with it. He's literally saying he's trying to convince us that we should believe Benjamin Netanyahu. All right. So I don't know if he believes this. Like I don't know if he's too stupid to where he believes it, or he just thinks that we're stupid and that we'll believe it. So I'm not quite sure where he is on the spectrum. Okay. So I don't know if he's the dumb one or that he thinks we're the dumb ones. Got me? So yeah. So that's the first thing. So as we go forward, just remember, him and Benjamin Netanyahu are really good friends. Okay. So they move on, and then the discussion goes to how America supports, like financially supports Israel. Okay. They talk about, so Tucker asked him, yo, how much money do we spend supporting Israel? And Cruz says about $3 billion. And Tucker says, no, that's just money. Like, but we give them other things besides money. We give them $3 billion in money, but we also give them weapons. We also, give them resources that cost us money. And he's saying, yo, so how much do we, like, what's the total cost of how much we give to Israel? And he doesn't know. And so that's kind of the pretext to what they're talking about here, right? And Cruz is trying to convince Tucker that, well, no, we get benefits from being friends with Israel.
The annual cost is $3 billion. It's a 10-year memorandum of understanding, and that's the principal driver of the cost. But let me make a point. We get massive benefits from Israel. Israel shares the Mossad is one of the best intelligence sources on the planet. The enemies of Israel, the people who hate Israel, they all hate us. It's almost a perfect overlap. And so if we tried to recreate, if we're just trying to defend America, we tried to recreate the national security benefits of our alliance with Israel, it would cost, I don't know, 30 billion, 300 billion.
So can you elaborate? And again, I'm going into this as someone who's always liked Israel, and still does. But I also think at this point, given where we are, it's fair to ask rational questions about what the benefits are.
Good.
So does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. Really? We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other. And I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian. You don't think humans are all... Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's
why the free market
conservative
works.
to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us. And I'm not...
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that. And
by the way,
I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know, hold on, I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it. And you want to see the clearest.
But I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the president of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
Sure, I would say don't spy on us. They're going to anyway. And by the way, the Brits are, the Canadians are. Like, I don't think...
Well, I'm not for that at all. Okay. I think it's disgusting. But we don't actually pay their... we're not their most meaningful sponsor. We're not sort of paying for the operations of the British government.
So I got to say, and this is... It's weird... We're talking about isolationists, the obsession with Israel. Why is Israel...
Oh, I don't think I'm obsessed with Israel.
Okay, but I think a lot of people are. And like the question, Israel spies on us. Well, so does every other country. Why are you mad at Israel?
I guess... No. I'm hardly the one who's... I've never taken money from the Israel lobby. Have you?
Taken money from the Israel...
From AIPAC.
So AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, but it's actually a misnomer because the people who raise money are individuals. Right. So it's not the PAC itself, but they're individual members who believe in the American-Israeli friendship and relationship.
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
Oh, buddy. So...
Oh, I want him to answer that.
Oh, we're going to get into it.
Okay.
So, one of the things he said that I really, really wanted... Well, you know what? I didn't expect Tucker to unpack this one. He said it's almost lockstep, right? A perfect match. The people who hate Israel hate America, right? And that shit it just sat there. I'm like, yo, why do you think that is? It's because for the last 40 years, Israel has been the driving force behind the American foreign policy. That's the reason why everybody that hates Israel hates America. It ain't just a fucking coincidence. And that's the shit, like, that was a big mozzarella ball that was just hanging out there. I'm like, yo. So we ain't nobody gonna address that? That the exact same people that hate Israel hate America. What a fucking coincidence. It's because of their control over our foreign policy in this country. And that's how we get to when he said, oh, well, Israel raises a lot of money for me. No fucking shit. What do they get out of it? They get you out here pushing their agenda, trying to convince us that they're harmless and they don't do the things that they're doing. All right? And he's like, yo, you think it's okay for them to spy on us? Well, it's all right. We spy on them, they spy on us. It's all good. Like, what? So we giving them $3 billion and then they take that money and come back and use it to spy on us. Nigga, what? He's like, but everybody spies on us. Yeah, we don't give everybody money. That's biting the hand that feeds you. How do we get here? And that's what Tucker was coming after, right? He said that essentially Israel literally bites the hand that feeds them. We're their primary sponsors. We keep them afloat. We give them military aid and protection and all that shit. and then they spy on us and meddle in our elections and influence our fucking buy off politicians, honeypot politicians, bribe, blackmail to keep control over the government. And that's kind of what they were getting into, right? And so um, at the end of the clip, you heard Tucker uh, ask Ted Cruz, "Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?" Right? And so we'll pick up right there, all right? Because that's a very interesting conversation. So we'll pick up on the is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
Is AIPAC a foreign lobby?
No, it's an American lobby. It's the AIPAC stands for the America-Israeli Political Action Committee.
What does it lobby for?
So, to be honest, not a whole lot effectively. Listen, I came into Congress 13 years ago with the stated intention of being the leading defender of Israel in the United States Senate.
Great.
And I've worked every day to do that. AIPAC, a lot of times, AIPAC, I wish were much more effective. Like, there are folks online who are in the fever swamp of terrified of AIPAC, and AIPAC...
I'm not terrified of AIPAC at all. You're the one who seems a little uncomfortable when I'm asking.
No, not uncomfortable at all.
I'm just asking what AIPAC does. My understanding, having known a lot of people who work at AIPAC, is that it lobbies on behalf of the Israeli government.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
When
was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Name one.
Okay. Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive that gets.
No.
I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government, and I don't. It's not. It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay, so it's not has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay, but it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have with the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure.
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington. I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true.
Yeah, and why
aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp. These are very reasonable questions, and you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
isolationist. And being feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So you can hear Ted Cruz, like you can hear his body language as Tucker is pressing him on this shit, right? So just think about some of the shit that he's saying right now, okay? So one, he said, AIPAC raises a lot of money for me, right? He's like, oh, they raise a lot of money for me. So, hey, he's admitted that he takes it. And so now Tucker's like, yo, they're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. He's like, oh, no, they're not. Huh? What are they lobbying for? When has AIPAC and Israel ever split on the issue? Well, I don't know. Do they coordinate with the leaders of Israel? We got to talk about that. And then he said, I came to office to be a staunch defender of Israel. He said that's why he fucking ran for office, to defend Israel. We'll get back to that. But AIPAC. So one, he said AIPAC is not an effective lobby group, right? Even though they raise a lot of money for him. And then he denies that they don't lobby for a foreign government. Why is that important, right? Why is it important that he maintain that AIPAC is not lobbying on behalf of a foreign government?
Because that would be
Right?
treason.
Um, so it wouldn't be treason necessarily, but there are rules.
Close enough. They don't got no foreign agent registration. They ain't registered to be a foreign provider. You know, it's all kinds of shit. They be fucked up, bro.
Facts. There are rules that come along with lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. There are lots of rules you have to follow, right? There's a lot of red tape. There are a lot of procedures that are in place when you lobby on behalf of a foreign government. And so there was a lobby. There was a lobby group before APAC, right, that lobbied on behalf of Israel. Okay, it's a very interesting story.
Very surprising series of letters between Kennedy and David Ben-Gurion, not only the premier of Israel, but the founder of Israel, in which they're very angry letters, in which Kennedy is saying to Ben-Gurion, I'm killing myself trying to get a nuclear test ban treaty. I've even got de Gaulle on board, and that's impossible. And you keep testing in Dimona. You've got to stop. And Ben-Gurion, thank you, in so many words says, it's easy for you to say sitting in Hyannisport. I'm sitting with the Arabs all around me, and you want me to give up nuclear testing. And Kennedy threatens him. And he threatens him in such a way that Ben-Gurion resigns. And I will tell you that I found articles, not in any crackpot publications, but in very sophisticated publications saying, forget Lyndon Johnson, forget the CIA, forget Fidel Castro. The Mossad killed Kennedy because they were so upset over what he did to Ben-Gurion.
So, oh damn, that ain't even the one I wanted to play. Fuck. So Kennedy, what's it? What's the name of the goddamn thing? Hold on. I thought that was it. God damn it. Um, Let me see. It was in the 60s. 1960s. It was called the what's it called? No, that ain't it. Hold on. Let me see. 50s. 1950. Let's see if they got it. What's it called? Is it the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs? I think that's the one. No, that's not it. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Good. Give me 2 seconds. Wait. So, I forgot the fucking name. Yeah, it is. The American Zionist Council. That's right. So that was the group in like the 50s and the 60s. And so JFK made them register as a foreign lobby. So this was the group, the Jewish lobby before AIPAC, right? The Jewish lobby before AIPAC was the American Zionist, what's it called? American Zionist Council. And they literally did what AIPAC does. But they had a lot of fucking, they had a lot of sway, right? They were blackmailing, honeypot, and they were doing all the shit they do now. And they had a lot of sway in the government. And JFK was like, yo, you guys are literally lobbying on behalf of another country. In order to do that, you have to register as a foreign agent. And they didn't want to do it. And so they let that go, and then they made a whole new organization. After they killed JFK, they created, because they had already made them register and they didn't want to have to do all that shit. So they created AIPAC after JFK was dead. And AIPAC have been around ever since, doing the same shit, and nobody's made them register as a foreign agent. But they do lobby on behalf of a fucking foreign country. But Ted Cruz can't say that, because it will put them in a world of shit. And so he's got to deny that AIPAC lobbies for Israel, right? Even though the name is American Israel, like it's in the fucking name. It's in the fucking name. Okay. So that's why that was so huge when he was asking them, yo, they're lobbying on behalf of a country. And he was like, no. He's got to deny that shit 100%. All right. And so he came, he said, oh, I came to be a staunch defender of Israel. Which
Yeah, isn't that a foreign country? Like, well, how can he just say that out of his mouth just like that?
Hey, he said he came to be a defender of Israel. That's why he ran for office. Bibi Netanyahu is a good friend of his. AIPAC gives him a lot of money. This is what it sounds like. Hey, why did that dude? Y'all know he just closed his fucking door like I'm making too much noise for him?
And are.
Wow. Right?
Who are you talking about?
My son.
You
Oh,
should have known.
This nigga closed his door like I'm making too much noise for him. The fuck?
Get on his.
He
If
just
you
got
get on
home.
our nerves, Linnell, come on now.
Bruh. All right. So,
Yeah, I think he
that's
said the
important.
biggest defender of Israel. I think that was the word he said.
Is that what he
He's
said?
the
He came to be the
biggest.
biggest defender of Israel? Bruh. So that's why that's why he's in office, to defend Israel, to do this. Okay. And so watch as Tucker presses him on the Israel situation some more. Right? And see what he does.
So you're making the case that AIPAC is not as powerful as people say it is, and I completely agree with you. I've watched that, and I'm not making the case that AIPAC is all powerful and they're running everything and putting fluoride in the water. I'm not making that case at all, because that's not true. I'm only trying to get to the question of what AIPAC is, and I don't think you're being straightforward about it. AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of the interests of a foreign country, and they're not registered. And you're saying, no, that's not true. You're saying that they don't coordinate with the Israeli government.
Of course, I coordinate. They talk with them. I don't know what they do. I can tell you.
But why don't you care? Isn't it meaningful if a foreign government?
Hey, I talk with Israel all the time. I talk with foreign countries all the time.
But the law is, and a lot of people have been prosecuted under this law, that if you are lobbying on behalf of foreign government, you must register. That's it. It's really simple. And I don't know why, if I'm working for Malaysia or Qatar or Belgium, and I'm working on behalf of its government's interests through a group of Americans who are representing the friendship between those two nations, I have to register under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. And if I don't, I can go to jail. And people have gone to jail, including people I know.
Okay.
So I don't understand why we don't just be honest and say they're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government. They're coordinating with the government. You know that that's true.
That is not only not true, that is false.
They're not coordinating with the Israeli government?
Do you know how AIPAC raises money?
What?
For elected officials, like what they do, like what the actual mechanics is?
Yeah, I mean, they go to people who are sympathetic to Israel and raise money and then send it to candidates who agree with them.
So what they'll do is, so in my last election, AIPAC endorsed me. And they'll host a fundraiser. And they'll host a fundraiser in Dallas or Houston or Atlanta or New York or LA. And they'll do a fundraiser and they'll get someone who will host it. And it's usually a business owner, lawyer, doctor, someone who hosts it. And you get typically at an AIPAC fundraiser, 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 people who live in that city.
Right.
Who care about a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. Yeah. And if they have, 50 people, each of them writes a $1,000 check. And you raise $50,000.
Yeah, I've been to an AIPAC fundraiser. Okay. I know what it looks like.
But that is not. And by the way, there's no representative of the Israeli government there. You have when you're in Dallas, you're meeting with
false and silly conversation. I know all this. The question is are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government to any extent?
Okay, that's
a really
different
simple
from
question.
Lobbying on behalf of.
It's a simple question. Are AIPAC's goals shaped by the goals of the Israeli government? And I'm just going to ask you that question straightforwardly. And if you say no, I think we both know that's not true.
Okay, are they shaped by?
Are they coordinating with the Israeli government?
Are they talking with them? Yes.
The Israeli
Israel
government?
Directing them? You want to talk about FARA? The law on lobbying on behalf of someone.
Yeah.
It is, I hire you and you lobby on behalf of me. I direct you. Does Israel direct AIPAC? No, they are not lobbying on behalf of them. Do they care about them? Yes, but...
Do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics.
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody. I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You've said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to be sincere.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel, when we're talking about foreign countries...
It's hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese. You're not talking about the Brits. You're not talking about the French. The question, what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now. Senator,
you're asking the questions, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly saying that, and I have...
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but on my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy feline way implying it or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
You said, I'm asking you.
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. So let's be clear.
It's sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
Did that nigga just call him a pussy diplomatically?
The satanic Jews.
Bruh. Yo, what'd you say, Marty?
I said, did that nigga just diplomatically call that man a pussy?
Hey, he called him a sleazy feline. What the fuck? He called him a fucking sleazy feline, dude. So, Tucker... So this is the thing. So this is what I want you guys to recognize as you listen to this. Tucker is he's in the establishment. He's a mainstream reporter. He was on Fox for years. He started off on CNN, right? Started off on CNN. He was on Fox. His dad was in the CIA. He put in an application to the CIA, right? He's a mainstream dude. Okay. Part of being in the mainstream and in media, he's in the media. Media is controlled by the
satanic Jews,
right? So Tucker is pressing Ted Cruz on the Jewish lobby, which is something that's a fucking no-no in the media, right? You don't do this. And so he's pressing him. And so Tucker knows things that he doesn't want to say. Right. And so he has the skill it takes to just go with the facts, to stay on the straight and narrow and ask straightforward questions about facts without implying anything, salacious. So when he said, hey, is AIPAC lobbying on behalf of a foreign foreign government? Are their goals shaped by Israel? Right? And Ted Cruz is jumping all around. And so Tucker has to, like, he's doing a masterful job of not being anti-Jewish, but at the same time pressing him on Aipac's influence. Right? And so Ted, like, he's doing a great job. When you listen to what he's actually saying, he's doing a great job. And then Ted Cruz was like, well, you're anti-Semitic. Like, bro, I haven't said anything anti-Jewish at all. I just asked a question about a lobby group. He says, are you saying that the Jews control our government? Like, he's trying to gaslight the situation. You're obsessed with Israel.
That's just funny how he says that Tucker's obsessed with Israel when he stated that that's the only reason why he got into
Irony
politics.
The
is
first
thick.
place.
The irony is
Fucking clown.
abound. The irony is thick in this one. And so Ted is underwater, he's swimming, and Tucker is on his top. And he's trying to get some air. And so his way of getting some air and trying to back Tucker up off of him is to call him anti-Semitic. Because he's hoping that that'll bring Tucker to heel. Right? He's hoping, if I call him anti-Semitic, then he'll back the fuck off. That's what he's hoping. You know what I mean? So he called him that, and Tucker, he didn't back off. He was like, yo, you sitting there like a big, what do you call him, a sleazy feline calling me anti-Semitic. And so he didn't back off, and then he still doubled down on the fact that you don't want to answer the question. And he's right. He doesn't want to answer the question because of what it implicates. The implications are that the AIPAC lobby is shaping our fucking domestic policy on behalf of a foreign country. And that's fucking problematic. Right? Okay. If y'all could tell, it's getting lit over here. Getting fucking lit. All right? And so Tucker's still on his top.
You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Okay. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I mean that. And that's low, and you know it's low. So why don't you just answer my questions
I'll
in a
answer any
straightforward, rational way? You certainly have the IQ to do it.
So shame on you is cute, by the way, Tucker.
It is. It's not cute. I'm offended. I'm obsessed with the Jews. You just told me
you
that
just called me a sleazy feline.
It is sleazy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite for asking questions about how my government is run.
You want to count how many questions you asked about? What about the Jews? What about Israel? What about AIPAC?
I never asked about the Jews. This has nothing to do with the Jews, whatever that means. This has to do with a foreign government. And once again, shame on you for conflating the two. They have nothing to do with each other. I'm talking about the influence of
Israel and Jews have nothing to do with each other?
All Jews, or an attack on all Jews, which I am not, nor would I ever be undertaking now. I'm not attacking anybody.
By the way, that's who Iran wants to kill, is all the Jews and all the Americans.
And I'm totally opposed to that, okay? But now, because
except you don't want to do anything about it.
Decisions need to be made.
We can talk about those decisions.
And I plan to.
Good.
But I just want to get a sense of whether you think, having described yourself as an America First person whose only criterion for judgment on foreign policy is America's national interest, to what extent you're influenced by a foreign government, which gives you a lot of money through its lobby, and you're claiming this has nothing to do with the foreign government. They're not coordinating. Yes, they're spying on us, but it doesn't bother you. And I'm sort of wondering, like, what is this? This is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had.
I'll tell you what, and I'll answer any question you like, but let's try to...
Are you going to call me an anti-Semite again or no?
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little.
You're the one who went to motive. I'm asking honest questions.
I'm
just asking questions. Yes, that's it. That is what I'm doing.
Let's try to ratchet down the temperature a little bit.
All right. So, remember on, was it Wednesday when we talked about propaganda, right? I think it was I think I still have it up. Where is it at? Where's that thing at? Oh man, did I close it? Oh man, I think it was like number 6. Talking about emotions, right? And Ted Cruz just said, Iran wants to kill all Jews and all Americans, right? That's propaganda. So that's his way of trying to get everybody on his side. He's propagandizing in favor of war with Iran, right? He crowbarred that shit up in there, right? So he tried to back Tucker off, calling him an anti-Semite. Well, what about the Jews, right? So he's trying to straw man him, saying that, oh, you just keep asking, what about the Jews? Tucker's like, dude, I haven't mentioned the Jews once. I'm asking about Israel. I'm asking about the Aipac lobby in Israel. And Ted Cruz keeps fucking straw manning him. And all you keep saying is, what about the Jews? And Tucker was like, dude, you said they raised a lot of money for you. You said you came here to defend Israel, right? They give you a lot of money. You don't think it's fair that I ask a question about the influence that they have in our government? And Ted is fucking floundering right now, yo. Fucking floundering. And so he then gets into why he supports Israel, right? Let me see. I think this is it.
16 or something like that. But yes, it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is...
Oh, hold on. My bad. So, no, this is the start of when he talks about why he supports Israel.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the Google.
It's in Genesis. But so you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two...
Well, hold on.
I'm not holding on.
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked like 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yet nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
the
God's referring to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu as a dictator. It's a democratic country that elected.
He's the prime minister.
Right.
What?
But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle is there.
This is silly. I'm talking about the political entity of modern Israel.
Yes, and that is
You believe
Israel.
That's what God was talking about in Genesis.
I do, but
that country's existed since when?
For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist, and then it was recreated just over 70 years ago.
I'm saying, I think most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people.
That's not what it says.
Okay, Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is.
So Ted says the reason he's doing all of this It's because the Bible says that he who blesses Israel shall be blessed. And Tucker
Why the
asks
fuck
him,
the Bible say that when Israel just became a state in 1948? What the fuck is going on?
so great fucking question, right? Here, let me see if I can play this. I forgot to import this, but I'm gonna see if I can play it. Here, hold on, let me see.
It's a pretty known fact that the Jews are God's chosen people, that the Jewish homeland is Israel, that the Jews believe in the Old Testament, and that the Old Testament is about Jews. However, almost none of these facts are true. Nowhere in the Bible does it call the Jews God's chosen people. Modern-day Israel isn't really the homeland of the Jews. The Jews don't really believe in the Old Testament, and only maybe 5% of the people in the Old Testament can even be considered Jewish. So now that you've branded me an anti-Semite, we can begin. So the expression anti-Semite literally means against Shem, or his descendants. However, being anti-Jewish isn't the same as being anti-Semitic. So let me explain. The Semites are the descendants of a man named Shem, who would father some of the world's most renowned empires and dynasties, such as the Assyrian and Babylonian empires, and even the Persians can call themselves Semites. So why is it when you say something against the Jews, you are considered anti-Semitic? Because just like stealing your religion, your homes, your money, and businesses, some Jews also love stealing names, inheritance, and land. So Shem is the son of Noah, the guy who built the ark when Mesopotamia flooded. The Sumerian kingdom would be destroyed by the flood, and the Semites would descend from the Caucasian mountains and establish the Akkadian Empire. Shem would have children, and one of his descendants would be named Eber. He would be the father of the Hebrew people, and the Semites would be called by his name. Eber's line would eventually give birth to a man named Abram or a Jew named Abraham, except Abraham has never been a Jew, nor will he ever be a Jew, and to call Abraham one is just plain ignorant, so let's go through it. So, according to the Bible, Abraham was a Hebrew and not a Jew, who God promised would be the father of many nations. Not one single Jewish nation, but many nations, and that through him all the families of the world would be blessed. Abraham would pass this blessing on to his younger son Isaac, and not his eldest son Ishmael. Isaac would have twin sons named Esau and Jacob. Again, the Abrahamic blessing would be passed down to the younger brother Jacob, who would then be renamed to Israel. Israel would then have 12 sons. His sons would each become their own tribes, and eventually become their own nations. One of his sons would be named Judah, who would be the father of the Jewish people, and all Jews are related to him. Even though all Jews are Israelites, majority of Israelites are not Jews. Obviously, Israel would have to pass the Abrahamic blessing to Judah in order for them to be the chosen people. Israel would want his favorite son Joseph to inherit the Abrahamic blessing. However, Judah, the father of the Jews, would be jealous and conspire with his brothers to have Joseph killed. In the end, Judah sold Joseph into slavery for silver, much like Judah sold Jesus to the Jews. So the Bible portrays Judah as a jealous villain and Joseph as the chosen son. While in slavery, Joseph would rise to become the prime minister of Egypt and father two sons named Ephraim and Manasseh. In the end, Israel would adopt Joseph's sons and pass the Abrahamic blessing on to them, making them the chosen people and dividing Joseph into 2 tribes, making 13 tribes of Israel. As for the father of the Jews, his 2 eldest sons would die and Judah would end up bowing down to Joseph. So now that you understand that the Jews were never intended to bless the world, nor were they ever considered the chosen people, we can move on to our second point.
So that's where it comes from. That's the biblical story right there. All right, it's out of the Bible. It's kind of what the what they believe, right? And so that's what Ted Cruz is alluding to when he talks about in the Bible. It talks about blessing the Jews or whatever. Well, Israel. I'm sorry, blessing the Israel, and he who gives Israel, yada yada yada. Right. So that's the thing, right? And so even in the Bible, right, it's kind of been tampered with to fit certain purposes,
Do you guys know about the Schofield Bible? Oh boy, here's a rabbit hole for you. Here's a rabbit hole for all of us. In the early 1900s, right around when the Federal Reserve was founded and the Balfour Declaration happened, right at that exact same time, the Rothschild family hired this dude, this pastor in the Deep South. He made a new version of the Bible called the Schofield Bible. He wrote this new Bible that has all these new interpretations of the text. So they didn't change.
With Jewish influence.
Yes, literally. That's where Judeo-Christianity kind of came from. And the idea that Israel is this modern Israel thing is the Israel of the Bible. It came from that Bible. And the Schofield Bible was funded by the Rothschild family. And then it was pushed because they owned the publisher that publishes like all the books. I think it was Oxford Press. And so they had the deals that they could make to get that Bible into all the mega churches across whole denominations of Christianity. And so that was when Christianity got kind of Jewified.
So it's been a slow process, right? So in addition to just kind of misinterpreting the original text, they had it reinterpreted, and then that version was passed out to where people think what Ted Cruz saying is right. Because I've heard that before. A lot of Christians are like, well, no, Israel is the chosen land, the chosen people, all this other shit. And so that's the pretext they use to get people to support the country of Israel. And that's what Ted Cruz is talking about. Like, hey, I'm a Christian, and this is what we're supposed to do. Get me? So yeah. And so now you got Tucker and Ted. They're talking about the Bible. And Tucker's like, yo, is the Bible talking about this government? That this is what you're supposed to support? And Ted's like, look, it's Israel. So Ted's not trying to make a distinction between the government of today and the people in the Bible. Because if he did, then his whole point would be lost. And so Tucker continues to press him about like why he supports the Israel, and is this the Israel of the Bible?
16 or something like that. But yes, it's in the earlier part of the book. But the point is,
all right, Tucker, you keep interrupting me before I finish my sentence.
It's just important to know what you're talking about. I don't know what so you're saying as a Christian, if I believe in Jesus, I have to support the modern state of Israel?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm explaining for me what my motivation is.
But okay, so I'm just trying to understand. You said God tells you to support the modern state of Israel in the Bible, in some place in the Bible that you heard about, but you don't know where it is. That's your theology?
You're going back, am I a sleazy feline again? I mean,
if you accuse me of anti-Semitism again, I will say that, but I don't think you will.
Try to be a little less condescending. I'm trying to have a conversation.
Condescending. You're throwing this stuff out, and it's my job to figure out what you're talking about. Okay, but I don't understand.
But you're not letting me.
Okay. I'm sorry. I want to be polite.
That is, for me, a personal motivation. But I also, what I was about to say, I don't believe my personal faith, not everyone who I represent is a Christian. It's not an argument for me to give that we should do this because of my faith. And so as an elected official, I don't give that as the reason we should support Israel. That is a personal motivation for me, but I don't think it is the reason we should. The reason that I am the leading defender of Israel is because Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, an incredibly troubled part of the world, and supporting Israel benefits America. And the clearest illustration of that is what is happening right now. Let me just make this point, and then
and then I'll just ask what you mean. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. Look, Iran, I think the most acute national security threat facing America right now is the threat of a nuclear Iran. I think China is the biggest long-term threat, but acute and near-term is a nuclear Iran.
Okay.
And I think Israel is doing a massive favor to America right now by trying to take out Iran's nuclear capacity. And the reason I view Iran differently, we talked before about Iraq. I opposed the Iraq war. We talked about Syria. I opposed military intervention in Syria. The reason for that is those did not pose a threat to the United States. I think Iran is markedly different. Number one, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. He is a lunatic, but a particularly dangerous kind of lunatic because he's driven by religious fervor when he says death to America and death to Israel, I believe him. And I think Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon because there is a very real possibility they would use a nuclear weapon. So you want to ask, how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey, is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their nuclear capacity. That makes America much safer.
Okay. So, interestingly enough, he made this statement. So, I'll deal with this backwards. Well, yeah, we'll deal with this backwards. So, he said the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. Only moments after saying that he got into politics to defend Israel because of the Bible, because of his religion. Told him because of that he got into politics to defend Israel. Like, the irony in this shit is thick as fuck. It's fucking wild. You know what I'm saying? So that was the first thing that came to my mind when he was talking about, oh, the Ayatollah is a religious zealot that would kill people, yet he became a congressman to protect Israel because of his religion, and in that he wants to kill people. He wants to kill the people that Israel is picking on. So the other thing he said, which I thought was very interesting, was that Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East. Israel is the strongest ally of the United States in the Middle East, which is wild, considering the fact that Israel, like, considering the story of the USS Liberty. And for those who don't remember it, like, here it go.
1967, in the Six-Day War, on June 8th, Israeli military, Air Force, and Navy viciously attacked a ship called the USS Liberty, which was an unarmed American spy ship under the NSA off the coast of Egypt in international waters. And it was flying an oversized American flag, and the Israeli pilots were flying over the ship. They'd been buzzing over it all morning long before the attack began. And then the attack began. They hit it with a torpedo in the middle, killing 34 Americans. Then they bombed it, dropped napalm. And there was recently, or a couple years ago, the transcripts came out between the pilots and ground control. And the pilots' ground control in Tel Aviv said, identify the plane, identify the ship. And the planes called back and said, it's American, it's American. And then the command came from Tel Aviv, sink the ship, no survivors. So they intended to put this ship on the bottom of the ocean, but it was one of those old World War II Liberty hull ships, which have good compartments underneath, and it didn't go down. The torpedo went right in the middle of the ship and killed all of the guys down below with the headphones on that were interpreting what the signal's intelligence. Killed all of them, but the ship didn't sink. But when the Americans tried to put life rafts into the water, the Israeli gunboats were machine gunning the life rafts. They had no intention. They intended the ship to go down the bottom, and had it gone to the bottom, it would have been blamed on Egypt. And this would have brought us very close to a nuclear war. But that's another story. This was Lyndon Johnson was in the White House, and he was very, very pro-Israel. And so twice, American planes were launched from aircraft carriers off the coast of Greece to rescue the ship. And twice, McNamara and Johnson called the planes back. He said, I will not embarrass an ally. So 171 Americans were brutally wounded on the ship and 34 killed.
That's the closest ally in the Middle East. That's our strongest ally right there. That gunned up to try to sink one of our ships and then blame it on an enemy. That's who Ted Cruz is calling our closest ally. All right. So, like I said, this interview is very, very, very interesting. Like, he's obviously bought and paid for. And if he doesn't get primaried the next election, I would be very, very surprised. Right. Let's get to so he was talking about Iran, right? And he was talking about how the Ayatollah is a religious zealot. Right. What you say, Ken? Who is our closest ally in the Middle East? We have a lot of relationships with a lot of different Muslim countries in the Middle East. Turkey is one, yeah. Yeah. There are lots of relationships with a lot of Muslim countries, right? Where it's a fair exchange, right? We have, they have oil, we have fucking shit they need, weapons and shit like that. Like, it's a lot of people who've never attacked us. You know what I'm saying? Who've never tried to kill Americans. It's a lot of places where Americans can go and be cool and they don't fuck with you. All right. So I don't know if you remember the shooting in Las Vegas, right? Which was a hit on the Saudi crown prince, and Trump actually saved his life. All right, he gave him a warning that people was coming, and they sent people to get him up out of there. And so, yeah, Rodney, Saudi Arabia right now closes as an ally. So there are lots of there are many countries in the Middle East that, you know, as long as we ain't fucking them over, they're cool. And most of the thing is, most of the countries in the Middle East only don't fuck with America because of Israel. If we weren't protecting Israel, and you know what? I don't even think that. I think if we weren't co-signing their bullshit, if when they did shit, we called it out, I don't think there'd be as much hate for Americans as it is, because they would have no reason to. The problem is that when Israel does bullshit, they only do it because they know that we're going to protect them and they're not going to suffer any consequences. And that's what the fuck it is. Okay. So he was talking about the Ayatollah being a religious zealot, right? And so now he's going to get into and so part of the propaganda. So remember, part of the propaganda for war is convincing the American people that Iran is dangerous. They got a nuclear weapon, and to make it personal to America, because, you know, we really don't think nobody wakes up scared of Iranian nuclear weapons over here, because we know they really want to take out Israel. So he tries to propagandize the situation by saying that Iran hired assassins to kill Trump.
The Prime Minister of Israel said that Iran tried to assassinate Donald Trump twice.
Yeah, I read your newsletter this morning, and
but do you believe that's true?
I think it was sort of a word game. What is true is Iran is trying to assassinate Donald J. Trump, and they have hired hitmen. Now, you pointed out...
No, he said that they had tried twice to kill him, and I don't know that, I don't have any evidence that's true, but I sort of wonder if that is true. Why aren't we at war with them already?
Okay. And I read your newsletter this morning, and I thought it was playing word games to draw a political point.
How's that a word game? It's my president. And
can I tell you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You rightly pointed out there's no evidence that this clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot the president was working for the Iranians. I don't think he was. There's no evidence of that. Although I would like to know more about who he was and what's going on. But I don't find it plausible that he was working for the Iranians. So, was that caused by the Iranians? No. But what is true, and what your newsletter didn't acknowledge, is it true or false that Iran is currently trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen to do so?
Well, that's the question, and I don't know the Butler, Pennsylvania thing.
Pennsylvania.
Let's just put that aside. I don't know.
So Netanyahu misspoke when he said those two assassinations were because of Iran. But what he was saying that is right is they're actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump.
Is there? Okay, so you're aware of a plot to kill Trump?
Yes. that Iran is paying for. And by the way,
when?
It has been over the last, I'd say, 18 months to 2 years.
In the United States?
In the United States, yes. They and let me point out.
Has anyone been arrested?
For the Trump attempted assassination, no. But they are also actively paying Iranian hitmen to murder Mike Pompeo when he was President Trump's first Secretary of State, the first term, rather. John Bolton, when John Bolton was National Security Advisor to President Trump. And a guy named Brian Hook, who was Assistant Secretary of State.
Right.
During the Biden administration.
Wait, but hold on. Can we go back to Donald Trump because he's the president? No, it's a big deal. What do you mean? When no one has been arrested for these assassination attempts on Trump.
Yes.
They've hired hitmen. How do we know that?
All right, let me break it down. People have been arrested. So the reason I brought up Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook, who are under active assassination attempts because of their service in the first Trump administration, under the Biden administration.
Well, they say that. I've never seen any evidence of it.
Can I give you the evidence?
Well, let's just stick with Trump.
No, because these are interrelated. So let me make a bloody point. Under the Biden administration, the State Department was spending $2 million a month providing security for Pompeo, Bolton, and Hook. And they did arrest Iranian hitmen at John Bolton's apartment complex who rented, I think, the apartment next to him and were actively trying to assassinate him, and they went and arrested them. So, yes, they caught Iranian hitmen. Now, it so happens Iran's not very good at it. And so they are actively trying. And in fact,
but what about Trump? He's the president. If there's a plot to kill Trump by the Iranians.
Okay, so you dispute that the Iranians are trying to kill Trump?
Of course. I mean, that's the most important question. The Prime Minister of Israel just said there have been 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump by the Iranians. And I think it's a very fair question, maybe you disagree, to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay. And I agree with you that he misspoke.
So there weren't those 2 attempts?
There were 2 attempts, but the clown in Butler, Pennsylvania, and the other guy on the golf course were not connected to the Iranians. That's the part that he misspoke. But by the way, when you speak all the time, occasionally, what he said that was accurate is that Iran is actively trying to murder Donald J. Trump and has paid hitmen.
That's fine.
And he was conflating it with the 2 attempts.
I understand. But I just want to pull that thread because it's so important. I voted for Donald Trump. I campaigned for Donald Trump. Yeah. He's our president. And we're on the cusp of a war. So if there's evidence that Iran paid hitmen to kill Donald Trump and is currently doing that, where is that? Like, what are you even talking? I've never heard that before.
Okay.
Where's the evidence? Who are these people? Why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran?
That's a great question to ask.
How do you know that that's true?
We know that it's true because we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
We meaning who?
Congress has and the public. I mean, we had multiple testimonies. I can send you testimony.
Do we know the names of the people or where this happened or what they tried to do to kill Trump?
We do not. We have not apprehended an Iranian hitman trying to kill him. We know that Iran is trying to do so.
In the United States?
Yes. And by the way, like Iran...
This just seems like a huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this. I didn't know that.
Iran put out a whole video about murdering Trump.
Right, but I've never heard evidence that there are hitmen in the United States. I mean, trying to kill Trump right now, we should have a nationwide dragnet on this, and we should attack Iran immediately if that's true. Don't you think?
No.
If they're trying to assassinate our president?
They have been for 2 years.
Then why are we at war with them?
We are trying to.
Why don't we just nuke Tehran if they're trying to murder our president? There's nothing that you could do that would be worse for the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for the use of nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm serious. If you really believe they're trying to murder
the use of nuclear weapons,
whatever
that's part of the problem of.
So what do you mean? You don't seem to take the allegations seriously. I do. If you believe they're trying to murder Trump, we need to stop what we're doing and punish them.
So first of all, Tucker's a dick, right? So he's pressing him on because remember, part of the rhetoric is, well, Iran is trying to kill Trump. Oh yeah, who? Well, they send hitmen. All right, have we caught them? Have we identified them? Do we know who they are? Well, no, we don't really. How do we know this is happening? Well, because we have intel from security. All right, and what did they say? Did they have names? Has anybody entered the country? Well, no. Well, you don't seem to be worried about this. Well, they're not very good at it. So, well, hold on. But you sure they Tucker is playing it up because if you're saying that the reason you're doing this is because Trump's life is in danger and Iran is trying to kill him, then we should be declaring war on them because, you know, you're not supposed to be killing other people, other countries' leaders. And so he's pressing him and making him backtrack on that. He's like, yo, if you're going to stand on this, then you got to stand on it. Right? If this is your claim, then you have to fucking substantiate your claim. Where's the information coming from? Put it out. There's no more, oh, just believe us because we said so. That shit is over with. And Tucker is pressing his ass. This is what journalism looks like. I love this shit. Like, this is real journalism. And so Tucker actually, so they talk about something else. Ted Cruz tries to deviate the conversation to somewhere else. And then Tucker finally brings it back. And he gets to the point, right? Tucker gets to the point of what he's saying with all these questions.
If we had
that's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Are you now? Because you told me that the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump, and then you
that
said
is undisputed. There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you support military action right now against Iran?
We are engaged in military action right now.
Why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay. So why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look, and it goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true, that's why.
Nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did we land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like, what?
So I've asked you the names of these people. I
don't know the names of the Iranian hitmen. I know it because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly.
And what did they say?
That Iran is trying to murder Donald Trump and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry. And I don't...
Wait, I had to pause that. Did y'all hear him ask, was 9/11 an inside job?
And do you think we went to the moon?
Right.
Hell yeah.
Did y'all hear him go full conspiracy on, like, yo, he's losing it. He's fucking losing it. He was like, yo, I mean, you're such a conspiracy theorist, Tucker. Did we not go to the moon? Was 9/11 an inside job? Why were you just you don't believe anything? He fucking lost it. My bad, I had to stop. Because I watched this, I told you, after the show, I watched this shit like 3 a.m. I was over here like, yo.
He's shooting himself in the fucking foot, bro.
I swear to God. All right, my bad. We're going to keep going.
If we had...
That's different. I'm not engaged in morality.
Are you now? Because you told me that the government of Iran is presently trying to assassinate Donald Trump. And then you
that
said...
is undisputed. There's literally nobody who disputes that fact.
Then why don't you support military action right now against Iran?
We are engaged in military action right now.
Why don't you support offensive military action?
We're bombing the crap out of them. Israel is, and we're supporting them. Israel is.
Okay. So why shouldn't the U.S. military defend its own president? I don't understand that.
Look, and it goes back to...
Because you don't really believe it's true, that's why.
Nobody disputes it, Tucker. Did you land on the moon? What other conspiracies do you not believe? Was 9/11 an inside job? I mean, like, what?
So I've asked you the names of these people. I don't
know the names of the Iranian hitmen. I know it because the U.S. military and the intelligence agencies have testified before Congress repeatedly.
And what did they say?
That Iran is trying to murder Donald Trump and has hired hitmen. Do I know the name of the hitmen? No, I'm sorry. And I don't think we do either, because we would apprehend them if we knew their names.
Then why don't you take it seriously enough to support killing the Ayatollah in response to protect our president? But you don't. This doesn't even make any sense. And you're calling me an isolationist. If I believed that was true, I would support military action against the government of Iran.
Okay, that's interesting, because there is literally...
You can't kill our president.
All right, out of 535 members of Congress, I am not aware of one who disputes that Iran is trying to murder Donald J. Trump. That's not even the looniest Democrat doesn't dispute that. So I don't. You're saying if you believed what is, I think, a fact that they are trying to.
You think it's a fact?
Yes.
What is the fact exactly?
That they've hired hitmen.
In the United States?
Yes.
Americans?
Yeah, he's not in Iran. So they haven't hired hitmen.
No, but
in
are
Iran.
the hitmen American?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what, and by the way, I'm not the CIA. I'm not the Department of Defense. I'm telling you what they have told us.
I'm not disputing it. I'm merely saying
we are.
That I'm not. I'm saying the logic train has a massive hole in it. If you believe that's true, then you should, by definition, support killing the people trying to kill our president. But you don't support that.
Now, Tucker,
so I'm wondering what's going on here.
Hey, fucking yo. That was fucking great. Essentially, he told them, you're full of shit because you don't fucking believe it. You're saying this thing and you don't believe it. Because if you actually believed it, then there would be more aggressive actions being taken. So you're literally just repeating this bullshit as propaganda, trying to stir up the emotions of people. And Ted Cruz was fucking falling. The whole fucking interview, this motherfucker Ted Cruz is falling. Like, it was a train wreck to watch. It was fucking great. Absolutely great. So the next one, so he's still talking about invading Iran. And so Tucker presses him on, all right, well, shit, if you want to invade Iran, like, what's next? And, what's going to happen after that? Like, it's not just, we do regime change and then, we leave, because we've done that before. It didn't turn out very well. And so he kind of wardeers him on his knowledge of Iran.
Well, okay, so you topple the regime and by whatever means. What happens then? How many people live in Iran, by the way?
I don't know the population.
At all?
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and
what
predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
Who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. If you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting Israel.
High stakes. You're a senader. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay, we are not bombing them.
Oh, okay.
Israel is bombing them. And hey, why do you do the snide? Oh, okay.
What do you mean? Because this is super high stakes stuff. This is a huge country that borders a lot of other important countries. A lot of the world's energy comes from there.
So let me ask you,
you don't want another disaster. You don't want to be reckless.
Hey, yo. Ted is losing it. Like,
we don't claim him. We don't claim him.
No, Robin, that's all y'all.
Damn it.
He's a product of y'all shit.
Damn it.
Yeah, buddy. He has been exposed. 1,000% exposed. If y'all re-elect Ted Cruz to the United States Senate, y'all gonna be the laughing stock after this shit right here. Like, anybody running against him, all they gotta do, this should be their campaign ad. They should just play clips from this fucking interview. All right. Now, for Tucker, I don't know who's going to ever go on his show again.
Nigga, he a Republican. You can't blame us for that shit. God damn it. Me and Robert ain't vote for that nigga.
Hey, man. Somebody in Texas right now saw this interview and they're like, I'm running for Senate. He's vulnerable. guaranteed.
Did he think that Tucker was gonna, give him a softball interview or something? I mean, like
No,
he
Tucker ain't been in a
really.
softball interview in years.
I know. So
Um,
why would he go on
so
there and just flounder like that?
because he had to, somebody had to, because Tucker is he's going hard in the
Oh,
paint,
okay.
for on Trump for Iran, and so they're trying to do damage control.
Gotcha.
If you look at Twitter, like the streets are not fucking
Oh,
with this war.
I've been on there. Yeah, they
Yeah,
not.
so the streets ain't fucking with it.
Not at
Like
all.
Trump supporters are not fucking with it, and so they're trying to get all the fucking all the support they can. They're trying to get every swinging dick out here trying to talk up this fucking war. And Tucker has been like he's a loud voice, and so they had to get somebody to try to combat him. And so I think Ted thought he had the chops for it. He didn't realize, yo, it's a chainsaw.
Ain't shit sweet over here, cuz.
It ain't none sweet over here, cuz. Um. All right, so this is the last clip. I think this kind of sums up to me the interview, right? Like this exchange here for me is the coup de grace, it's the mon ami,
Piece de resistance.
the pièce de résistance.
And you think that the largest act of industrial sabotage in history helped our allies in Western Europe or other fellow NATO members?
Oh, hold on. So I forgot. So they're talking about the Nord Stream pipeline. Okay. And so Ted Cruz is trying to make the claim that he's happy that the Nord Stream pipeline blew up because it made Russia weaker. But Tucker's like, yeah, but the pipeline was supplying Eastern Europe with energy cheaply. And now the energy is 3 times the cost. And people in Europe are suffering because the pipeline wasn't there. And it got blew up. And Ted Cruz is like, yeah. And Tucker asked me, he's like, yo, who do you think did it? And Cruz was like, well, it doesn't make sense that Russia blew up their own pipeline. So that doesn't make any sense. And he's like, and I don't think Biden did it because Biden's just so weak. So I don't think Biden did it. And he's like, well, I mean, it could have been, maybe the Ukrainians. Right. And Tucker was like, dude, the Ukrainians is fucking operating on behalf of the fucking Zionists in America and all that shit. So if it's Ukrainians, that it's fucking us that we did it. And so that's kind of where they're picking up, where they're talking about the Nord Stream pipeline.
And you think that the largest act of industrial sabotage in history helped our allies in Western Europe or other fellow NATO members?
Look, I got to say, I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia, and I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely I don't get why you're so passionate about defending Russia.
Actually, I was defending Western Europe, the home of my ancestors, and that tripling their energy costs and destroying their industrial base. You just accused me of being an anti-Semite, an isolationist, and a Russia lackey. I've not called you a neocon once, which you are, but I haven't said that.
That's absurd. Those neocons that oppose the Iraq War,
right.
But that's
okay.
Dishonest.
But I haven't called you that because
you just said which you are. You just called that.
Okay.
Called me that. You just did.
I guess what I'm saying is you're triggered because I use name calling. I get it. I was triggered when you called me names, and I'm triggered once again that you're calling me a Russia defender when in fact I'm defending Western Europe.
Hey, yo, these motherfuckers.
Are they in preschool? What is going on?
Nigga, that shit was great.
You're calling me names.
Yo, it was fucking fantastic. The whole interview. So I gave you guys some of the highlights. There are more. I didn't give you everything. There's more. And I highly, highly suggest that you go and watch it so you can see Ted squirming. You can see the body language. You can see Tucker sitting there like the cat that ate the mouse. Right? Yeah. But effectively, though, it was a pro-war, Israel defending, regime change wanting Ted Cruz, battling wits with Tucker Carlson, who's like, yo, we got no place in this shit. America first. If they're not fucking with us, we ain't fucking with them. And we're not going to let Israel drag us into some bullshit, especially because AIPAC is a foreign lobby that doesn't register as one and has too much influence on, too much secret influence on people, on the members of government. And that's what the discussion was about. All right, it's 2 hours of fucking excitement and fireworks. All right, but you don't have to watch it. You can just take my my summary and go about your business. All right, but yeah, man, that's what we got for today, man. That was okay. Let's see. We'll be back on Wednesday. What's today? Yeah, we'll be back Wednesday. All right. I keep saying I'm gonna resurrect the old cook, and I haven't done it yet. I don't think. But I am. I don't know. I'm trying to see what's pertinent. What should I be doing? Right. I don't know. Give me a couple of days. But the thing is, it's been so much new shit that I've been liking. Right. Like we did a lot of new stuff. So maybe you know what? Maybe because of, even though Wednesday we did false flags, and so false flags wasn't new. Even though we did talk about some stuff we had never talked about before with the false flags out of Israel and all of that stuff. So it was a new format for it. So kind of new.
I don't know that you're gonna have room to do an old cook because all of this shit happening. Sounds like you're gonna have something new to talk about every goddamn time we come on this,
Hey, you know
especially with the
what?
solstice coming up.
I know, right? You know what? I don't know. You might be right, but you know what? It might slow down over the weekend. I don't know. We haven't done. So my man Brandon was asking me about the nuclear weapons today. So it's been a little minute since we did the nuclear weapon talk. And so I'll see how it can fit into what's going on. Right. I don't know if we've so for who's here? Let me see who's here. Let me see. Yo, put a 1 in the chat if you haven't heard the nuclear weapon scam cook. Let me see who's here. Because I think most of y'all have heard it. Because I've done it a couple of times. Ty, you ain't heard it? You've been around way too long to not heard me talk about nuclear weapons. So I know Brent, because I was talking to Brandon about it in the other room. And maybe, and it's pertinent because remember that they're talking about nuclear war and all so other dumb shit. So maybe I'll just do a quick refresher on that and maybe something else. Right. So
So
we'll
talk
see.
Jericho 3.
Talk about who?
Jericho 3.
That was Jericho 3.
A nuclear weapon that Israel has.
Oh shit. Oh God. All right. Maybe. All right. Let's see. I think I played these already. I think I played all 3 of these. All right, let me see. Let's get some moment of positivity, man. Even though we had a pretty cool day, right? Not a lot of positivity, but I mean not a lot of negativity, but you know what? Let's get a moment of positivity before we get up out this joint. All right, let me see what I got for y'all. Let's try this one.
Most people don't know this, but there's a brain structure called the anterior mid-cingulate cortex. But what's interesting about this brain area is there are now a lot of data in humans, not some mouse study, showing that when people do something they don't want to do, like add 3 hours of exercise per day or per week, or when people who are trying to diet and lose weight resist eating something. When people do anything that they, and this is the important part, that they don't want to do. Right. It's not about adding more work, it's about adding more work that you don't want to do. Yes. This brain area gets bigger. Yep. The anterior mid-cingulate cortex is smaller in obese people. It gets bigger when they diet. It's especially large or grows larger in people that see themselves as challenged and overcome some challenge. In many ways, scientists are starting to think of the anterior mid-cingulate cortex not just as one of the seats of willpower, right, but perhaps actually the seat of the will to live.
What does that mean? Always be fucking challenging yourself to do something new. Always be pushing yourself mentally and physically to learn something new. Never fucking let your brain or your muscles or your spirit atrophy. All right. Y'all take that with you on the way out this joint. Remember, blackisuniform.com, vigorforpain.com. Check them all out. Follow us on TikTok, Conspiracy University on TikTok, and Conspiracy University Podcast on IG. Follow the page. And we will see y'all on Wednesday, 9 o'clock Eastern. We out.
Vigor Sport is love and light in a bottle, a CBD-infused salve that rids the body of pain. Arthritis, carpal tunnel, and muscle aches. There's no job too great for Vigor Sport. Headaches, muscle spasms, and menstrual cramps are a thing of the past. Vigor Sport is the Swiss Army knife of your medicine cabinet. Order your jar today at vigorforpain.com.
Thanks for coming to the cookout, but you need the right gear. Blackisuniform.com, you can get it right here. We talk flat earth and mud floods. You might hear about the dome. No matter the topic, you just need something with the shield on. Blackisuniform.com, where conspiracy analysts are at home. Blackisuniform.com, where conspiracy analysts are at home.